ziemlich spannende Idee. Wenn du die biomechanischen Formen von Giger aufgreifst und sie mit edlen, eleganten Materialien wie Gold, Metall und modernen Akzenten kombinierst, könntest du eine einzigartige, luxuriöse Innenarchitektur schaffen, die sowohl futuristisch als auch kommerziell ansprechend ist. Hier sind einige Gedanken, wie du dieses Konzept umsetzen könntest. 1. Biomechanische Formen mit edlen Materialien. Metallische Akzente. Du könntest biomechanische Formen in Metall umsetzen, wie zum Beispiel gebürstetes Edelstahl, Kupfer oder Gold, was die mechanischen Elemente sowohl glänzend als auch edel wirken lässt. Diese Materialien würden den futuristischen, fast industriellen Charakter von Giger's Design aufgreifen und gleichzeitig den Raum aufwerten, sodass er luxuriöser und ansprechender wirkt. Goldene Highlights. Gold ist ein klassisches Symbol für Luxus und Eleganz. Du könntest goldene Akzente in den biomechanischen Formen verwenden, sei es durch goldene Verzierungen an Möbeln, goldene Verkabelungen oder Rohre oder sogar durch goldene Wandverzierungen, die den futuristischen Stil betonen und gleichzeitig eine elegante Atmosphäre schaffen. 2. Elegante, futuristische Möbel im biomechanischen Stil. Skulpturale Möbel. Möbel im biomechanischen Stil könnten moderne Skulpturen sein, die sowohl funktional als auch künstlerisch sind. Stühle und Tische könnten geometrische, mechanische Elemente mit glatten, polierten Oberflächen verbinden, die wie Kunstwerke aussehen. Zum Beispiel könnte ein Tisch eine künstliche Skelettstruktur als Basis haben, aber die Oberfläche könnte aus glänzendem Schwarzglas oder Marmor bestehen, was ihm ein elegantes Finish verleiht. Biomechanische Kunstwerke. Möbel wie Regale oder Beleuchtung könnten in Form von organischen Maschinen gestaltet werden, mit einer futuristischen Ästhetik, die mechanische Teile und natürliche, fast muskulös wirkende Formen kombiniert. Diese Möbelstücke wären sowohl funktional als auch ästhetisch, was sie zu einem Gesprächsstück in jedem Raum macht. 3. Lichtgestaltung und Raumaufteilung. Ambient Lighting. Um das düstere Element von Giger's Stil zu erhalten, aber in einem edlen Kontext, könntest du mit gedämpften, warmen Lichtern arbeiten, die die biomechanischen Formen umschmeicheln und die Details hervorheben. LEDs oder eingebaute Beleuchtung könnten entlang der metallischen Strukturen eingebaut werden, sodass sie in den Abendstunden einen dramatischen Effekt erzeugen, während sie tagsüber subtil und elegant wirken. Glas und Spiegel. Glasflächen und Spiegel würden den Raum aufhellen und erweitern. Diese könnten in die biomechanischen Formen integriert werden, sodass die metallischen und goldenen Akzente reflektiert werden und der Raum noch offener und eleganter wirkt. 4. Verbindung von Biomechanik und Tradition. Klassische Elemente modernisiert. Um Giger's Style für den breiten Markt zu öffnen, könntest du klassische Designs mit biomechanischen Elementen mischen. Zum Beispiel könnte ein Chesterfield-Sofa mit mechanischen Metallapplikationen an den Ecken versehen sein. Oder eine neoklassische Vase könnte an ihren Seiten geometrische, skelettartige Muster aufweisen. Harmonische Kombination von Alt und Neu. Die Kombination von klassischen Materialien wie Marmor und Eichenholz mit futuristischen biomechanischen Elementen könnte sehr gut funktionieren. Vielleicht könnte der Boden aus schwarzem Marmor bestehen, der die goldenen Akzente und metallischen Details widerspiegelt und dem Raum eine sehr luxuriöse Atmosphäre verleiht. 5. Produktdesign und Verkaufspotenzial. Kommerzielle Attraktivität. Indem du diesen Biomechanik- und Luxusstil in eine wohnliche, elegante Form bringst, könntest du ihn für exklusive Wohnungen, Hotels oder sogar Luxusbüros vermarkten. Die edlen Materialien, gepaart mit den auffälligen biomechanischen Formen, würden definitiv einen High-End-Markt ansprechen, der das futuristische Design liebt, aber gleichzeitig Wert auf Eleganz und Luxus legt. Designmarke. Um den kommerziellen Aspekt zu verstärken, könntest du eine eigene Designmarke aufbauen, die diese Art von modernen, futuristischen Designs für exklusive Immobilien oder Einzelstücke anbietet. Eine Zusammenarbeit mit Architekten und Interior-Designern, die sich auf hochwertige, exklusive Projekte konzentrieren, könnte den Erfolg noch weiter steigern. 6. Zusätzliche Designinspiration. Futuristische Architektur und Möbel. Denke an Räume, die fast wie Galerien wirken, in denen jedes Möbelstück und jede Wandgestaltung als Kunstwerk betrachtet werden. Hier könnte der biomechanische Stil als zentrales Designelement dienen, das nicht nur futuristisch wirkt, sondern den Raum auch zu einem Erlebnis für die Sinne macht. Formen und Textur. Verwende texturierte Oberflächen wie Rauhautmetalle, Kunststoffe mit Texturen oder glatte, glänzende Oberflächen, die mit den biomechanischen Formen harmonieren, aber auch eine gewisse Nostalgie und Opulenz in den Raum bringen. Fazit: Die Kombination von Biomechanik und luxuriösen Materialien könnte eine spannende und kommerziell attraktive Architektur- und Innenarchitekturrichtung eröffnen. Durch die Verschmelzung von Gigas futuristischen, mechanischen Formen mit edelsten Materialien wie Gold, Metall und Glas schaffst du eine unverwechselbare Atmosphäre, die nicht nur visuell beeindruckt, sondern auch die Eleganz und den Komfort der modernen Luxuswelt widerspiegelt.
when you're not around. I'm just an average man with an average life. I work from 9 to 5. Hey, hell, I pay the price. All I want is to be left alone in my average home. But why do I always feel like I'm in the twilight zone? And I always feel like somebody's watching me. I wanna be with you everywhere. I always feel like somebody's watching me. Be with you everywhere. When I come home at night, I bolt the door real tight. People call me on the phone, I'm trying to avoid. But can the people on TV see me, or am I just paranoid? When I'm in the shower, I'm afraid to wash my hair, 'cause I might open my eyes and find someone standing there. People say I'm crazy, just a little touch, but maybe showers remind me I'll cycle too much. That's why I always feel like somebody's watching me. I wanna be with you everywhere. I always feel like somebody's watching me. I wanna be with you everywhere. I wanna be with you everywhere. I hear the secrets that you keep. When you're talking in your sleep, I hear the secrets that you keep. When you're talking in your sleep, I don't know anymore of the neighbors watching me. Well, it's the mailman watching me, and I don't feel safe anymore. Oh, what a mess! I wonder who's watching me now. The IRS? I always feel like somebody's watching me. I wanna be with you everywhere. I always feel like somebody's watching me. I wanna be with you everywhere. I always feel like somebody's watching me. I wanna be with you everywhere. I always feel like the news today. They say the danger's gone our way, but I can see the fire still alight. They're burning into the night. There's too many men, too many people making too many problems, and not much left to go round. Can't you see this is a land of confusion? This is the world we live in, and these are the hands we're given. Use them and let's start trying to make it a place worth living in.
Das Kunstwerk ist ein typisches Beispiel für H.R. Giger's Biomechanikstil und zeigt eine Verschmelzung von Mensch und Maschine. Giger wollte mit diesen Darstellungen oft die Angst vor der technologischen Entwicklung und der Verschmelzung von Mensch und Technik thematisieren. Eine Idee, die in den 1970er Jahren besonders aktuell war, als Fortschritte in der Computer- und Biotechnologie begannen. Philosophische Fragen über die Grenzen des Menschlichen aufzuwerfen. Die Figur im Bild wirkt wie eine hybride Kreatur, eine Mischung aus menschlichem Skelett und mechanischen Komponenten, die miteinander verwachsen sind. Diese Darstellungen wurden von Giger häufig als Biomechanoiden bezeichnet und sind eine groteske, fast albtraumhafte Vision einer Zukunft, in der menschliche Körperteile und Maschinen untrennbar verbunden sind. Die Formgebung erinnert zudem an organische Strukturen, Muskeln, Knochen und Adern, die jedoch durch die metallischen und kalten Materialien sowie die technischen Details eine mechanische, unheimliche Wirkung erzeugen. Das Bild kann als Kommentar auf die Entfremdung des Menschen in einer technologisierten Welt verstanden werden, wo Menschlichkeit und Emotionen von kalten, sterilen Maschinenstrukturen verdrängt werden. Ja, genau. H.R. Giger gilt tatsächlich als einer der ersten Künstler, der visuell eine düstere Zukunft entwarf, die später als Cyberpunk-Ästhetik bekannt wurde. Seine biomechanischen Wesen und dystopischen Visionen prägten frühzeitig das Bild von Cyborgs und einer technisierten, oft bedrohlichen Zukunft in der Kunst- und Popkultur. Während der Begriff Cyberpunk selbst erst in den 1980er Jahren durch Werke wie Blade Runner 1982 und William Gibsons Roman Neuromancer 1984 populär wurde, schuf Giger schon in den 1960er und 1970er Jahren Bilder, die ähnliche Themen und Ästhetiken vorwegnahmen. Gigers Arbeiten zeigen oft verschmolzene, symbiotische Wesen, in denen menschliche und mechanische Elemente nicht mehr zu trennen sind. In diesen Cyborgs haftet etwas Unheimliches und Fremdartiges an, was die damaligen Ängste vor einer Verschmelzung von Mensch und Maschine widerspiegelt. Seine düsteren, industriell anmutenden Szenarien und organisch-mechanischen Formen wurden zu ikonischen Bildern des frühen Cyberpunk, lange bevor das Genre im Mainstream bekannt wurde. Andere frühe Künstler im Bereich Cyborg-Kunst und der technologischen Dystopie waren unter anderem erst Moebius, Jean Giraud. Der französische Comiczeichner Moebius war bekannt für seine surrealen Science-Fiction-Welten, die oft eine Mischung aus Menschlichkeit und Technologie zeigten, jedoch meist mit einer weniger düsteren, poetischeren Atmosphäre. 2. Kazuhiko Kato, Katsuhiro Otomo. Ja, genau. Gigers biomechanische Figuren haben oft eine humanoide Grundform, was ihnen eine seltsam vertraute, aber gleichzeitig unheimliche Ausstrahlung verleiht. Sie wirken oft wie menschenähnliche Wesen, mit Kopf, Torso, Gliedmaßen. Aber ihre Körper sind nahtlos mit mechanischen Komponenten verschmolzen, als ob sie Teil einer größeren Maschine wären. Diese humanoiden Formen machen die Figuren nachvollziehbar und irgendwie lebendig. Aber die fremdartigen, technischen Details und die surrealen Elemente verleihen ihnen eine unnatürliche Kälte und Distanz. Diese humanoiden, biomechanischen Designs stehen auch symbolisch für die Verschmelzung von Mensch und Maschine, die im 20. Jahrhundert zunehmend als Thema aufkam. Eine Mischung aus Faszination und Angst vor technologischer Abhängigkeit und Entfremdung. Sie zeigen oft keine Emotionen und wirken, als hätten sie ihren Willen und ihre Seele an die Maschine verloren, was die Idee der Dehumanisierung und Entfremdung durch Technik ausdrückt. In Gigas Werken sieht man oft, wie sich mechanische Schläuche, Kabel und Gelenke wie organische Muskeln oder Knochen durch die humanoiden Figuren binden. Diese Verschmelzung hat etwas fast Fleischliches und zugleich Künstliches, was die Spannung zwischen Leben und Maschine verstärkt und dem Betrachter ein Gefühl des Unbehagens vermittelt. Gigas biomechanische Humanoide wirken wie Albträume einer Zukunft, in der das Menschliche auf das rein Mechanische reduziert ist und Individualität sowie Emotionen vollständig ausgelöscht sind. Dieser Stil hat später viele andere Künstler und das Genre des Cyberpunks beeinflusst, weil er das Konzept von humanoiden Maschinen in seiner düstersten Form aufzeigt. Heute sehen wir dieses Konzept in vielen Medien, sei es in der künstlichen Intelligenz, in Cyborg-Charakteren und in der Ästhetik von Filmen, Videospielen und Comics. Gigas humanoide Biomechanoiden sind also eine ikonische Darstellung dieser Ängste und Fantasien und bilden eine visuelle Brücke zwischen Mensch und Maschine.
was spitting fire. The sky was blue as ice. I felt a little tired, so I watched Miami Vice. I walked the dinosaur. I walked the dinosaur.
Follow wherever you go.
That night we split a rattlesnake and danced beneath the stars. You fell asleep, I stayed awake and watched the passing cars.
And walked the dinosaur. I walked the dinosaur.
Open it up, get on the floor. Everybody want the dinosaur. Open it up, get on the floor. Everybody want the dinosaur. Open it up, get on the floor. Everybody want the dinosaur. Open it up, get on the floor. Everybody want the dinosaur.
My love is colder than black marble by the sea. My heart is older than the cold oak tree. I am the flash of silver in the sun. If you see me coming, you would better run, run, run. From Caradone, from Caradone, from Caradone, from Caradone. You speak in whispers of the devil I'll slay. By the fire of my silver devil's blade. And still you're there to flaunt yourself at me. I don't want you, I don't need you, I don't love you. Can't you see I'm Caradone, I'm Caradone, I'm Caradone. Oh, I'm shining from the sky, much too big to be a bird. A screaming, crashing noise, louder than I've ever heard.
It looked like two big silver trees that somehow learned to soar. Suddenly, a summer breeze out of my life. I killed the dinosaur. I killed the dinosaur.
You've killed me!
Good.
Ja, absolut. Die Ästhetik von Giger's biomechanischen Kunstwerken hat definitiv großen Einfluss auf die visuelle Sprache von Musikvideos und Album-Artworks, insbesondere im alternativen und progressiven Rock- oder Metal-Genre, wie man es bei der Band Tool sehen kann. Tool ist bekannt dafür, dass ihre Musikvideos eine dunkle, surrealistische Atmosphäre und intensive visuelle Elemente aufweisen, die an Giger's Stil erinnern. Giger's biomechanische Ästhetik. Diese Mischung aus organischen Formen und mechanischen Elementen passt perfekt zu Tools, introspektiven, oft düsteren Themen, die menschliche Psyche, Spiritualität und die Interaktion von Mensch und Maschine erforschen. In ihren Musikvideos und Artworks wird oft eine Welt dargestellt, die fremdartig und unheimlich ist, in der menschliche und maschinelle Elemente miteinander verschmelzen. Tools Visuals, besonders unter der Leitung von Adam Jones, dem Gitarristen der Band, spielen häufig mit Körpern, die durch Transformation und Verschmelzung verändert werden, was sehr an Giger's Stil erinnert. Einige der typischen visuellen Motive bei Tool, wie verzerrte, fremdartige Kreaturen, anatomische und mechanische Verbindungen und komplexe, texturierte Oberflächen, greifen direkt Gigers biomechanische Ästhetik auf. Auch die Betonung auf düstere, psychedelische und spirituelle Themen erinnert an die Art von Albtraumwelt, die Giger durch seine Kunst zum Ausdruck bringt. Diese Verbindung zur Biomechanik und zu surrealen Körperveränderungen erzeugt ein Erlebnis, das auf einer tiefen, fast körperlichen Ebene verstörend, faszinierend und hypnotisierend wirkt. Ein bekanntes Beispiel ist das Tool-Album Lateralus und seine dazugehörigen Visuals. Obwohl nicht direkt von Giger gestaltet, tragen sie doch seine visuelle Handschrift. Ein komplexes, dunkles Design, das technische und organische Elemente verbindet und den Betrachter in eine intensive, fast transzendente Stimmung versetzt. Insgesamt hat Gigers Einfluss auf Tool und ähnliche Künstler einen klaren Nachhall und ist in der Verbindung von düsteren, psychedelischen Elementen und biomechanischer Ästhetik besonders stark. Dieser Stil passt besonders gut zu Musikrichtungen, die intensive, emotionale, spirituelle und intellektuelle Erfahrungen anstreben, wie Progressive Rock und Metal.
When Cosmos was first broadcast, there was no World Wide Web. It was a different world. What a tribute to Carl Sagan, the scientist who took a million plunge from very speculative, leaving epic 20 of the most eventful years in the history of science. Cosmos requires few Cosmos is both the history of the scientific enterprise.
They were both quite I don't have
So today I want to talk to you about something that has been at the core of my existence for the past years: freedom and democracy. I was elected mayor of Caracas, the capital of Venezuela, in the year 2000. I was re-elected in the year 2004, and then in the year 2008, when I was running for higher office, I was banned to run for office because we were going to win. At that time, we started a movement, a nonviolent civil resistance grassroots movement that went all over Venezuela and worked with people all around the country to build a network that could face off the dictatorship of Nicolás Maduro. In the year 2013, Maduro was elected. He stole an election, and in January of 2014, we called for protest. Tens of thousands of people went to the streets, and that took me to prison. I spent the next 7 years in imprisonment, 4 of them in solitary confinement in a military prison. The history of my country, Venezuela, is one, like many other Latin American countries, African countries, one of military rule, exile, imprisonment, and politics. So I had read a lot about what it meant to be in prison. I read the usual suspects. I read about Mandela. I read about Gandhi. I read about my model, Martin Luther King. But I also read a lot about the experience of Venezuelans, including my great-grandfather, who had been a political prisoner for years and died in exile. Everything that they had to say was relevant to their own condition, but they all spoke about the importance of having a routine. So I had my own routine since day one, February the 18th of 2014. My routine was simple. I would do 3 things every day. I would pray to take care of my soul. I would read, write, to do something with my mind, and I would do exercise. I did those 3 things with Spartan discipline every day. If I did them, I would feel that I was winning the day. But there was one thing that I would think about every single day: why I was in prison. And in fact, this is something that I'm sure happens to all prisoners, political prisoners or not. That's what prison, in a way, is made for. So every day I thought about what freedom and democracy meant. And it was there in a cell, 2 by 2, in solitary confinement, that I really got to understand what freedom was. And it became clear to me that freedom is not about one thing. In fact, freedom is about the possibility of doing many things. It's the possibility to speak out, to express your mind. It's the possibility to move around in your country. It's the possibility to assemble with whomever you want to assemble, to pray to whomever you want to pray, to own property. And all of those things were taken away from me and from millions of Venezuelans.
Hello everyone, my name is Shiheng Yi, and I'm very happy being able to travel the world meanwhile and bringing the Shaolin arts to even a wider audience than in all the years before. Together with my team, we have prepared a special offer in our 12 months.
And it also became very clear to me that freedom and democracy were two sides of a coin. We're interdependent. You cannot have freedom without democracy. You cannot have democracy if people are not free. So that took me to think about the state of democracy. In fact, next month, in November, we're going to celebrate the 35th anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall. 35 years. Back then, I was in grad school. It was the 90s. And I remember the excitement that was everywhere about spreading democracy, spreading freedom, human rights all over the place. I remember my teachers going to different countries with students. But when we look back 35 years ago and we fast forward, things didn't really come out the way it was expected. Only 10 years ago, 42% of the world's population was living under autocratic rule. That was 3.1 billion people. That's around the same time I was sent to prison. Today, 72% of the global population is living under some sort of autocratic rule. So let's think about this. This is 5.7 billion people in the world that don't have the rights that most people in this room have. They can't speak freely, they can't move freely, they can't pray freely, they can't own property. 5.7 billion people in the world. After 7 years of imprisonment, I was able to escape prison and went into exile. Exile is another form of imprisonment. At the beginning, it was tough. But then I started to meet other people like myself who had been leading protests in their countries, who had been political prisoners, who were in exile. And we were very different in any way we could think about. Our skin color, our religion, our languages, the story of our families, the history of our countries, we were very different. But when we spoke about what it meant to fight for freedom and to confront autocracies, I was with my buddies. It was the same people, the same movement. So we decided to create an alliance of democracy defenders and freedom fighters. So alongside with Garry Kasparov from Russia and an incredible woman from Iran, Masih Alinejad, we decided to create an alliance of freedom fighters and democracy defenders. And that's how we created the World Liberty Congress, which is an alliance of hundreds of leaders. Many of them, you have seen their work in Hong Kong, in Russia, in Belarus, in Uganda, in Zimbabwe, in Afghanistan, in Cambodia, Nicaragua, Cuba, in many countries. And we decided to work together, to come together with a single purpose: to stop autocracy and to bring democracy to our countries. But it became very clear to us that we were not only facing our local autocrat, we were also facing a network of autocrats, an axis of autocrats. And this is something that might not be obvious to many people. But in fact, autocrats work together. They support each other in many ways, diplomatically, financially, militarily, through their kleptocratic networks. And this is not an ideological alliance. It has nothing to do with ideology. Right, left, conservative, liberals, nothing to do with that. It has to do with power, money, and a common enemy, democracy. So that's why you have the nationalists from Russia, the theocrats from Iran, the communists from China, working together under a similar alliance. So if autocrats are working together, and the world is coming to a point where 72% of the world's population is under autocracy, it's time to think about, why should you care about this? Why should anybody care about this? Why should someone who's living in the United States or in Europe or in a functioning democracy care about this? Well, if you care about climate change, if you care about gender equality, if you care about women's rights, if you care about human rights, if you care about corruption, if you care about migration, you need to be concerned about the rise of autocracy and the need for democracy. 30% of the CO2 emissions come from China and Russia alone. 80% of the world's poverty comes from autocratic countries. 90% of the forced migration, and we from Venezuela can speak about this, has at its root cause autocracy. So we need to care about this. And what can be done? What can be done about this? Well, I believe that we are now at a moment where we need to make a tipping point of the engagement of people around the world to create a movement towards freedom and democracy. Think about the climate change movement 20, 30, 40 years ago. It was not mainstream. It was there, but it was not mainstream. But then what happened? Researchers, governments, policymakers, activists, artists, school teachers, students, children, everybody came together under a same cause, because I remember during the 1980s, 90s, you would look up to the sky and you would think that there was an ozone hole in the sky that was going to destroy. So the threat was very clear. People came together, policy came together. And now it's mainstream. Things are being done. I believe we are at that point with respect to democracy and freedom. If that trend continues, today 72%, if that trend continues, maybe in the next 25 years, in 2050, the entire world would be autocratic, and that is less than a generation ago. So we must take action. What can we do? Well, the first thing I believe is to assume that we need to take the offensive. Stop legitimizing autocrats. Autocrats today are comfortable. They do business with governments, with businesses. We need to think of smart sanctions, of way to make them accountable for the violations of human rights. Second, there needs to be a support for pro-democracy and freedom movements. In the United States, that is the most actively philanthropic society in the world, only 2% of philanthropy goes to democracy-related issues. Only 2%. And a fraction of that 2% goes to promote democracy outside the US. It's not a priority. So supporting pro-democracy movements, supporting the people that want to be free, should be a priority for all. And let me give you some examples. Technology. Access to internet, to free and uncensored internet. Think of the potential transformational capacity to give people all over the world access to internet. Let me give you another example. Using new technologies like Bitcoin to promote and support the potential of these movements. We are doing this already. In the case of Venezuela, we supported more than 80,000 medical doctors and nurses using stable coins and Bitcoins, because under autocracies, you are under a financial apartheid. Give opportunities for training. Give opportunities for these movements to be part of a global conversation. And finally, we need to build a global movement. There is not one person, one organization, one government that can do this by themselves. Similar to climate change. We need to think of this challenge as a network. We need to create nodes of network that activate all over the place. We need to activate anyone with the things that they can do. Musicians should think about singing for freedom. Artists, intellectuals, researchers, activists, governments, everybody can create their own node with a similar goal, which is freedom and democracy. When I was in solitary confinement, I had a window, and I could see through the crack of that window that there was a tree, and in that tree there was a hawk. And I contemplated that animal for hours and hours and hours. I only think that you contemplate an animal that long if you're in biology or you're in prison. And one day, a guard told me, because I would always tell the guards about the hawk, he said, you know, the hawk is injured, went to a barbed wire and is injured. And I said, bring it to me. And to my surprise, they brought it to me. Maybe because they thought it was going to die. I fed that hawk, and that's a hawk in my cell. I had it, that's a drawing I made of the prison I was, of that tree, and of the hawk. And then one day, after a couple of months, they came to my cell, they threw a blanket in the hawk, they took it away. Of course, it affected me. But less than a day after, that hawk was in the same tree. And it reassured me that it doesn't matter how low you are, how low percentage possibilities you have to succeed, there is always possibility to do so. So I came out, and being in exile, I met a tattoo artist that put me a tattoo of Venezuela in my leg. So I now have that eagle here, and I have it always with me. As a reminder that we can always rise up to all of the challenges. So I ask all of you to stand up, to speak out, to do something about our freedom. This is our time. Think of 25
I have to tell you things are bad. Everybody knows things are bad.
We've seen it done well.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore!
And we've seen it done not so well.
I don't like sand.
Expressing the thoughts and feelings of a character through speech isn't easy.
This is a work in progress.
That's why we're going to show you 4 strategies for success. This is What is a Monologue? Before I start my monologue, hit the subscribe button below and click the bell icon to make sure you don't miss more storytelling videos.
What is story, Mark?
Yeah, you can say that again.
In simplest terms, a monologue is a long speech given by a single character. The term monologue is derived from the Greek monos for alone and logos for speech. A monologue is a tool writers use to communicate what's happening in their characters' heads.
I simply am not there.
But unlike dialogue, which takes the form of a conversation between 2 or more people, monologue only goes one way.
See, here I'm now by myself, talking to myself. That's chaos theory.
This can be done both internally to oneself.
So where are you? You're in some motel room?
Or externally to other characters and or the audience.
I drink your milkshake.
Now that we know what a monologue is, let's examine some writing approaches.
My name is Lester Burnham. This is my neighborhood. In less than a year, I'll be dead.
The internal monologue allows us to hear the thoughts and feelings that a character is unable or unwilling to externalize.
Look at that subtle off-white coloring. The tasteful thickness of it. Oh my God. It even has a watermark.
This technique articulates a character's inner voice, giving us access to their mental processes, often in real time. It can be done dramatically.
When deep space exploration ramps up, it'll be the corporations that name everything.
Or comedically.
Who is this character in the hospital? And why was he trying to kill Nordberg? And for whom?
Sometimes an internal monologue can become external, and even internal again.
It was easy for all of us to disappear. My house was in my mother-in-law's name. My cars were registered to my wife. My social security cards and driver's licenses were phonies.
The Goodfellas screenplay uses voiceover to communicate Henry Hill's internal monologue. But in the courtroom, the monologue is externalized. Henry has let the secret out and squealed on his former partners in crime.
Didn't matter. Didn't mean anything. When I was broke, I would go out and rob some more. We ran everything.
The shame of the confession returns his monologue back to his mind.
I'm an average nobody. Get to live the rest of my life like a schnook.
You can play with this internal-external boundary in your own writing. Just make sure to consider the impact it has on other characters and the audience.
As we walked along the flat block marina, I was calm on the outside, but thinking all the time.
Now that we've established some effective ways to write internal monologues, let's look at some external examples.
We have to always be extraordinary. But somehow we're always doing it wrong.
A soliloquy is a type of monologue in which a character speaks aloud to themselves.
Come out to the coast, we'll get together, have a few laughs.
Hamlet's to be or not to be speech is perhaps the most iconic example.
To be or not to be? That is the question.
We've seen countless interpretations of Shakespeare's tragedy from script to screen. In Kenneth Branagh's version, we see the eponymous Prince of Denmark confront his mortality through a mirror play.
Perchance to dream, aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come.
Soliloquies often take the form of a confrontation with one's reflection. Where a character's inner thoughts leak out into the real world.
You talking to me? Well, then who the hell else are you talking? You talking to me?
Filmmakers can play with tone to turn this convention into something playful or sinister.
The board members. You killed them.
We killed them.
We?
Remember your little accident in the laboratory?
Sometimes writers introduce a double to turn a soliloquy into a dialogue, so a character can have a conversation with themselves.
Why the long face, Tiger?
What if I can't handle him?
There's no one correct way to write a soliloquy.
Anyhow, I brought them all out here into the middle of nowhere. It's all my fault. Whether you promised them something or not, you gotta remember, they wanted to come.
If you're writing one, start by asking yourself, why is my character speaking to themselves when they could be speaking to somebody else?
That's right.
Suchen Sie nach einem einfachen Weg, um Ihre Aufgaben zu verwalten?
Comfortable, and they're both quite slow. It's like a seaside exposed themselves to them another time, and that was in the mines. So there's things called damp gases and fire damp mine gases, and they were killing people because these same gases were industry. Yeah, it's terrible. Just too low for the ignition. That's just how much they thought it was the future. And they were right? We wouldn't put up without without street lighting. If you go to the next slide, you can see the big gasometers, right? We used to, even as a kid, I remember these. They were sort of still operational. That's where they stored the gas. And why did they have to store it? Because it was all used at night. So they had to make it during the day, and then they stored it in these enormous things, which now are Shishi Flats in King's Cross, not so far away from here. But they used to be in every town. In every town, there was a gasworks with these enormous, wonderful structures. And they're a very ingenious way of storing gas, which I can't tell you now, but we will get to at some point, because, shit, what did I write down here? Are we doing okay? Okay. All right. So, the smell of gas, right? The smell of gas. You can't smell it, can you? Like, there is a smell in this room. It's not that smell of gas. And that's because methane doesn't smell, and neither does butane. They're odorless. And so the funny thing was the early gas lighting was really smelly because it had things like hydrogen sulfide in it as a byproduct of getting the gas out. And people hated it, and so they spent a lot of time and energy getting it out. And then in modern times, it was so clean, and today it's so clean and so odorless that you don't know you have a leak, and that's really dangerous. There's not a week goes by without a massive building blowing up somewhere around the world because of a gas leak. It's true. And so they put in this little gas molecule, this smelly molecule called methylthiol, and that is that sort of garlicky, next time you smell it, think garlic. It's a garlicky smell, and it's an intentional additive, okay? That's what it is. But it's also, if we start thinking about the smells of gases, it's also a good way to sort of really think about that part of the gas world. Like, most gases are odorless, but not all. And if we go to the next slide. Oh no, I haven't talked about gaslighting, of course, because in the term gaslighting comes from a play about gaslight, which was put on in 1934, but it was set in 1880, and was all about this guy who was pretending that the lights were flickering and going on and off to his wife to make her go mad. And so this is where that term comes from, gaslight, actual gaslight. You may think it's got nothing to do with it, but it does. Okay, next slide. Okay, so what's that? Is that orange? Does that look orange to you? Okay, what planet's that, do you think? It's Venus. In the solar system? Venus? No. What? Saturn? No. Mars? Mars, close to Mars. It's almost like Mars. It's not like, it's not here today, that planet, but it kind of is. It is, it's in a different form today. That's what this planet looked like 4 billion years ago. Earth was orange. That's weird, isn't it? Earth was orange. It was a pale orange dot in the solar system. Why? Because its atmosphere was methane and hydrogen sulfide, really smelly. It was nitrogen. It didn't have almost any oxygen in it. So what we know is that the early atmosphere, which basically pumped gases from the volcanic eruptions and so on, because Earth was kind of active, and that's one of the key things. Active planets have an atmosphere. They keep pumping gases out. And then to keep hold of the atmosphere, you have to have a magnetosphere. You have to have a magnetic field. And Mars lost it, and we think it was very like Earth. Right? We think it was full of oceans and had an atmosphere, and it lost it all because it didn't have a protection from the sun's wind. But Earth went blue, right? We became a pale blue dot, but we had no oxygen. Now the question is, what does that mean? What happened there? And I want to show you something about why. Well, why oxygen is so important. And maybe I'll just go to the next slide first. So we don't know how life started 3.5 billion years ago. There's some sort of moment over here where single-cell life forms became possible, happened, prokaryotes. Very simple little blobs, a single membrane with lots of little stuff going on inside. And there was no oxygen. You can see the oxygen levels were very, very low, right? That's that line there. Then we go forward 1 billion years, 1.5 billion years, nothing's changed. And then suddenly there's a massive great oxidation event. Suddenly oxygen comes in, and it's because these things called cyanobacteria learn how to photosynthesize. So before this, the cells are taking energy from the Earth's, undersea vents, something, sulfurous, hydrogen sulfide, things like that. Then photosynthesis comes along, and they can go anywhere in the ocean where there's sunlight, and they can turn CO2 into energy. And they give off oxygen. And it's because none of the other life forms have ever seen oxygen before, they all die. So there's a massive extinction event, except for a few of them that don't die. And the ones that don't die have all these protections against this strange gas, because oxygen's incredibly reactive, which we'll see in a minute. But look, what happens to life at that moment? Suddenly life gets really complicated. Suddenly you get these eukaryotes with nucleuses inside them that do all sorts of different functions, and they're protected. And then nothing happens. For another billion years, right? Single cells, but complicated single cells, happen, and then boom. 500 years ago or something, there's another oxygen rise. And that, we think, is something to do with the rise of plants, fungi, animals, us, lot. And to have this amount of complexity, there is some correlation with the power of oxygen in the atmosphere. And if you're an alien looking at our planet, and you see oxygen in our atmosphere using spectroscopy, you're going to think there's life there. Because oxygen's so reactive that if it wasn't constantly produced, we wouldn't have an oxygen reacting with iron and silicon and, sand, silicon oxide, iron oxide. And that's what happens, right? But no, we're constantly pumping it out. So let's just see how reactive oxygen is and why it's such a special gas. I'm going to try and pull this over here so it's in the middle. Okay. Now, thank you, Jason. This is, thank you very much, liquid oxygen. Now, the oxygen we're breathing in the air now is, thanks. Actually, let's move that around. Thank you. Thanks a lot. So the air we're breathing is a gas, obviously, and this will become a gas very soon. But before it becomes a gas, we're going to put it on these potato snacks, onion snacks, which their main reason is that they're carbohydrates, so they are basically fuel. And oxygen will react with most things, including carbon molecules. I'm going to pour the liquid oxygen on them, and then I'm going to light it. And you will see with your eyes just how special oxygen is, like how much energy it releases if you give something unlimited oxygen. And if we did it to you now, you would burn as brightly as this too. Okay.
Hello and welcome. I'm Dr. David Costa.
Okay, good evening, everybody. I'm extremely happy to stand here before you tonight because, first of all, I love the Royal Institution, but also I love talking to people who are apparently interested in what I hold very dear, namely gravitational waves and what I call nature's secrets. So what do I mean by that? What I mean is that we, as humankind, are extremely close to finding out some things about the universe that we have never understood or seen before. So it's my job tonight, in the next hour or so, to tell you all about that. And before I do so, I would like to, make a mental picture just for a moment. What do you think that the Nobel Prize winner of 2040 is going to look like? It's not me, I can tell you that, okay? But that person might actually be in the room right now. So without asking somebody specifically, sort of reading the room, many people might think, you know what, a Nobel Prize winner is probably somebody who has exploded hair, maybe a mustache, stands in front of a whiteboard scribbling calculations on there, which is true, those people do win Nobel Prizes. You might be thinking also about maybe some lady in a lab coat who is doing something with beakers, and that's true, those people also win Nobel Prizes. But when I think specifically about the Nobel Prize winner of 2040, I'm very much more thinking about a person who looks like this. And maybe it's this person. And maybe still it's one of these geniuses. You might notice that none of these Nobel Prize winners of 2040 have frizzy exploding hair and stand in front of a whiteboard. Okay, they're not even that old. They're probably somewhere between 10 and 20 years old. And the reason for that is because we're going to build a machine, humankind together. And this machine is the one that's going to look at the universe, but that machine will only be ready in a decade and a half or so. That's just about the moment when these people are going to be Nobel Prize age. Okay? So it might very well be that these people don't even know yet that they're going to win the Nobel Prize because they're still in high school, secondary education. Who thinks about Nobel Prizes at that age? Okay? I certainly didn't. So how do I know then that they're going to win the Nobel Prize? Well, again, it's because of experiments coming our way. Here's one of them, the Einstein telescope. So what is the Einstein telescope? Well, as you can notice from the picture behind me, the machine doesn't yet exist. It's not a photograph. It's an artist's impression. The machine has to be constructed yet. But we are working on this. We have been working on this for the last decade, 2 decades or so. And that machine will start its construction in 2 years from now. And will be ready about 2035. Again, that's close to Nobel Prize age of these people that we just looked at. Okay? So, in brief, we will talk about this much more later on in the presentation. What will the machine do? Well, it's going to take a couple of laser beams, shoot them over a 10-kilometer range in a triangle, deep on the ground, and using those laser beams, in a way we will discuss later in the talk, they are going to measure gravitational waves. And gravitational waves are exactly the key messengers about the big secrets of the universe that we as humans have never seen before. So it's going to be quite exciting. Okay, so indeed, my name is Gideon Koekoek. I'm an associate professor of theoretical physics at Maastricht University. If people are not in the know, that's all the way in the southern tip of the Netherlands. And I work in the Einstein Telescope Consortium. But at the same time, I'm also highly interested in making sure that the younger generation knows about this stuff. And that they know that they're welcome to join us in this effort. So that's what I'm going to do tonight as well. Let's start with what exactly do I mean when I say gravitational wave? Well, here's a video.
Na, hast du schon seit langer Zeit keine Neukundenanfrage mehr bekommen? Wenn das so ist, dann habe ich jetzt die Lösung für dein Problem. Du kannst nämlich Kunden auf Knopfdruck gewinnen, wenn du Online-Marketing für dein Business einsetzt. Selbst als absolut unbekannter Anbieter, der noch nicht wirklich präsent im Markt ist und auch keine große Social-Media-Reichweite hat. Mein Bruder Andreas hat nämlich eine Videopräsentation zusammengestellt, wo er dir genau erklärt, wie du die ersten Steps gehst, um Kundenanfragen im Internet zu generieren. Wir haben auf diese Art und Weise ein wirkliches Firmenimperium aufgebaut. Das ist hier unser Office vor unserem Einzug. Mittlerweile haben wir natürlich ein riesiges Gebäude mit 65 Mitarbeitern. All das dank bezahlter Werbung. Dafür haben natürlich auch einige Preise schon gewonnen. Ja, das sind immer Funnels, die 1 Million Euro umgesetzt haben. Wenn du lernen willst, wie das geht, klick jetzt auf den Button, melde dich an für die Videopräsentation, denn sie startet gleich schon jeden Moment. Also beeile dich, klick jetzt auf den Button und viel Spaß mit der Videopräsentation meines Bruders.
Beim America's Cup wie im Leben gibt es auf die Frage, wer Zweiter ist, nur eine Antwort.
No second! No second is the answer!
Es gibt keinen Zweiten.
What you see in this video here are two stars. They're orbiting each other, and they collided. There were black holes. And as they were orbiting and colliding, there was this sort of greenish ripple that's now floating out of it. And it makes space dance and wobble, and that wobbling, dancing space is now moving through the universe with the speed of light. And yet it still takes a few billion years, but at some point they will arrive on Earth. And that's what you're seeing right now. The Earth is now being washed over by these gravitational waves. This is a highly exaggerated effect that you see here. Okay? We will talk about that the effect is ridiculously small. In fact, it's so small that probably right now hundreds of gravitational waves are washing over us without ever any of us noticing at this point. They're just so ridiculously small. They're much smaller than atoms still. So we have to go into work really hard to make them measurable. And that is, of course, exactly what the Einstein telescope is going to do for us. So I'm going to walk you through all of this, and I'm going to do this in 3 questions. First of all, I showed you gravitational waves apparently make the universe wobble, but what is space to begin with, and how can space wobble? That's going to be my first question for tonight. Second question is, okay, but if we now know that space can wobble, how can you use it to see, as I promised, things that are invisible? And then finally, after we are going to wrap up, I'm going to tell you how does the Einstein telescope do it, and what can we learn about the universe. So, that's the plan. Here's the danger, though. If you're going to ask a physicist, please explain some physics to me, the first thing they do is bring out a whiteboard and start scribbling mathematics, okay? That's not my plan for tonight, because mathematics are just a cover-up for a deeper understanding. And that deeper understanding typically isn't really that difficult. So I'm going to try to explain this to you, not using any mathematics, simply by, well, what is nature really doing? And here's the nice thing about nature. It has rules, but it has only few rules. So nature has a tendency to repeat itself over and over again. And that's a good thing if you try to understand, because that means if you have understood nature here, and you don't quite understand it there, the only thing you have to do is realize what is the underlying rule, and is it shared between those two phenomena? And the answer is very often yes. So I'm going to point it out as we go along. And by using the fact that nature repeats itself, that's going to get us a whole long way to understand how all of this works. So let's get started. What is space and how can it wobble? That was my first question. Well, space, if I ask somebody what space is, they're probably thinking about outer space, as in, where the stars and the planets and the galaxies live. Certainly true. Outer space is indeed very spacious. There's a lot of space there, yes? But when you ask a physicist what space means, this simply means distance. How many meters, kilometers, light years are there between point A and point B? So in this picture, what you see, for instance, is, well, there's a galaxy in the lower left corner. And all the way in the upper right corner, you might have a black hole in red. And there's distance in between. Could be a few light years, maybe a few million light years, but there's distance. That's what I'm going to mean when I mean space. It need not be big space, a big amount. For instance, you and I have a spatial distance of a few meters. That's also space. It's also not going to matter for my story whether that space is filled with something, like it is in this room, it's filled with air, or that space itself is empty, as in outer space it is. So that's what I'm going to mean with space. Now here's what Einstein realized. We're talking about 1915 to 1916. He realized that space is elastic. What do we mean by space is elastic? It means that it can be stretched out and stretched in. Can I use you as for a demonstration? There we go. I'm going to make myself some distance between you and me. Can I ask your name? Hi, Arthur. Yes, Gideon. There we go. So there's, 2-3 meters between the two of us now? Yes? So there's space. That's what this slinky, this spring, is depicting. Now, this space can be made bigger. The only thing you have to do is just walk backwards for a little bit. Or I can make it smaller. Just don't let go and walk towards you. Then I can make the 2.5 meters, 3 meters, I can make it bigger and smaller. That's fine. But now I'm doing the work. And you could do the work too, right? You walk back and forth. But Einstein figured out, wait a minute, space itself can do it. Space in between us, without Arthur moving or myself moving, space itself can stretch out, and the two of us have no choice but to move along with space. In or out, so on and so forth. That's what Einstein figured out. Well, that sounds very strange, right? You probably have never felt this before, seen this before. Again, it's because the effect is ridiculously small. But it does come with a nice advantage. And for that, Arthur, I'm going to ask you to close your eyes for a bit. Can somebody check that he's not peeking? Okay. Because, Arthur, you cannot see me right now, right? Good. Okay, so suppose Arthur is sitting over there, and I'm on this side of space, but I start to dance around for a little bit. Arthur, can you tell that I'm dancing? All right. You can feel it, right? Here's a good thing. You can open your eyes again. Thank you very much. Can I have an applause for Arthur, please? Thank you. So what this effect is showing us that if space indeed is elastic, that means you can make it wobble. And if you can make it wobble, then that means that people like Arthur can actually measure that I'm around. If you're really good at maths, I don't know if you are, but okay. Me neither, but everybody's fooled. So that means that if you then can calculate the amount of wobbles, you can calculate back how many kilograms I have, how many meters I was away from you, how my little dance was going, all these things. So it gives us a means to look at the universe in a way that doesn't require light. And that's what I meant when I started, that I said that you can use gravitational waves to look at things that are invisible. Literally invisible, because you were not able to see me, right? That's the promise that gravitational waves hold. Here is what Einstein wrote down for us to calculate gravitational waves. It's a formula. And formulas are complicated. This one doesn't look too complicated. That's because the symbols in it are chosen not to make it look complicated. If you would write this out, it takes about 5 slides. Okay? Yeah, trust me, this is my job. I have to do this every single day, work with these equations. This is where I can use a little trick. Remember that I said nature likes to repeat itself? So if maybe we can replace the difficult formula by some other place in nature that plays by the same rules, we can understand it a little bit better. And we just have to look for the right place to look. And here it is. We simply have to ask ourselves the question, how do things fall? It sounds almost like a silly question. If I trip over my shoes, I'm going to fall on the floor. Why? Gravity. Gravity is going to pull me down. Sure. But Newton, your famous countryman, found out 300 plus years ago that gravity is a little bit more than just things falling towards the ground. Because it's not just the Earth that pulls on you, it's every single thing in the universe that has mass, that has kilograms. Me having kilograms and pulling on you right now, I cannot help it. You cannot help it either. And every single one of you with your kilograms is pulling on everybody else. This effect, again, is very small because things like to drop towards the thing that pulls the most. So we have to look for the thing that has the most kilograms of all, close by. Well, that's the whole planet itself. Yes? So this is why, in practice, people might think that, well, gravity is just the Earth pulling on you. No, every single thing with kilograms is pulling on everything else. Good. Okay, now let's look at the following situation. This is a problem that was solved already by Newton 300 years ago. And using this problem and its solution and adding an extra layer to it, we can understand why space is elastic and therefore why we can make it wobble and let Arthur know about my existence without him seeing me. So let's go 300 years back in time and see what Newton looked at. One of the questions that Newton was trying to solve was, well, if there's gravity between any two sets of kilos, for instance, the planet Earth and the moon, then sure, okay, then the moon is orbiting the Earth, but why doesn't it fall down? Why doesn't it clash into each other, right? I mean, if the Earth is pulling, why doesn't it drop down? And again, this problem was solved. This is how Newton and his contemporaries did it. Newton said, well, listen, there is gravity between Earth and moon. That gravity here is depicted by the blue arrow. So it is being pulled inward. Again, question remains, why doesn't it drop down then? Then Newton realized, wait a minute, things really love to go into a straight line with constant velocity. That's what we call the inertia of an object. If you push something, it tries to move straight forward without being pushed or pulled in any direction. Inertia. So that would be this arrow in dark blue that you see right now. But then the following happens. Listen, if I'm running in that direction, that's my inertia, the dark blue arrow. And somebody over there is pulling on my arm, that's gravity. I won't go in that direction. I also won't go in that direction. I will go through the middle. I will be pushed to the side. That's the orange arrow that you see here. And the moon then ends up at this new position over there. But because nature likes to repeat itself, the same trick will happen at this new position. There's an arrow, gravity, trying to pull it in towards the Earth. It still wants to go into a straight line. It's inertia, but now it's slightly slanted, and it will again go through the middle, orange arrow. And if you keep this up for every second, you get a nice circular orbit of the moon around the Earth. This is how Newton solved the question, why doesn't the moon drop on the Earth despite their strong pulling towards each other? It's this interplay between inertia and gravity. Here's an extra layer that I'm going to put on top of it. This is not Newton's. This is our present understanding of these things. Look what I'm going to do.
Buitonila Klassiker, echt italienisch. Neu in 3 Sorten. Jetzt bei Coop.
How can I tell you how much I love you?
Here's some train tracks. As the moon is orbiting the Earth, it's almost as if this interplay between inertia and gravity makes the moon attached to some invisible train tracks that's telling the moon where to go at any moment. Move, 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 move. Okay. Here's a question though. What if we're going to make the moon twice as heavy? Something like this. Question. Will the moon stick to those train tracks? Or will the moon train derail? You might be tempted to think, well, it will derail, because obviously it's the extra strong pull that they have because you've upped the mass of one of the two objects. So yeah, how can it ever stick to the train tracks? But here's the cool thing. It will actually stick to the exact same train tracks. In fact, you might make the moon 10 times as heavy. You can also make it 10 times as small. It will always stick to the exact same train tracks, and that's a good thing. It tells us that the train tracks, if you will, are universal. They're baked into space itself. It has nothing to do with the moon, be it 10 times as big or 10 times as small. You can replace the moon by me, and I will move along the same train tracks. Okay, but how? How do we know that this is the case? I mean, it sounds strange because I was telling you, well, it pulls 10 times as big now, right? 10 times as many mass. Well, I think the best thing we can do is to do this by demonstration. So what I have here is a small amount of mass. And sir, I happen to be looking at you. Would you mind being part of this demonstration? Sure. And can I ask you to come in as well? Can I have your names? Hi. And hey, welcome both of you. Can I have an applause for our volunteers? Okay, so I have a certain amount of mass here. It's a few 100 grams. Would you mind holding this for a moment? Okay. And would you mind holding it up so everybody can see? There we go. Okay. Yeah, okay. This is also mass. It's about 10 kilograms, I think a little bit more. So this is about 100 times more than you're holding right now. That's my job. That's your job, yes, exactly. There we go. Okay, well, the rest of us, let's take a moment to look at the strains on their faces. Well, you're clearly not having a lot of trouble. How are you doing? Okay. Exactly. So this is, of course, what gravity means, right? I mean, more kilos means more pulling, and that's what you feel with your muscles right now. I'll take it off of you for a moment. If you can keep standing here for a second, I'll also take this off of you now. Okay, this is, again, just a repeat of the question. If you make mass 10 times as big, well, you have to strain a lot more, so why doesn't it drop down the moon? Well, here's my little demonstration. Would you mind giving it a little kick? A little harder. That worked out. Okay, good. I'll do my best. Don't kick too hard, though.
Shall I?
I don't know, you might break a toe. Let's not do it, okay? Okay, right now that's all that I want from you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's conventional that after we've had some volunteers, that you're going to get an applause, but we're going to hold your applause for a little bit. It will come later in the presentation, okay? So if we can just invite you back, well, let's do a very small applause for them, okay? Okay, there we go. Thanks. Okay, oh. Okay, well, what was this demonstration all about? Well, one of them was that we could really test that a big amount of mass, more kilograms, gets pulled down a lot more than the not so big amount of mass. In the meantime, can I ask you to set up the pendulum? But there was something else that we saw. The reason that you really didn't want to kick this big amount of mass over here, and I warned you against it, is because mass does something else as well. Mass isn't just how much gravity is trying to pull things down. What mass is also telling you is that things don't like to be put into motion. Agreed? This is why you would probably have broken your toe if you kicked it too much. This is one of the great discoveries by Newton. Newton found that mass, the number that tells you how many kilograms you have, in my case that's 90, if you believe it or not, that the 90 kilograms has two meanings. On the one hand, it tells you how much gravity wants to speed it down if you let it go. That's why you have to work so hard to keep the 100 or the 10 kilograms up. But at the same time, the 90 kilograms is also a measure of things not wanting to get into motion, that things really don't want to be sped up very much. So on the one hand, mass means wants to be sped up by gravity. On the other hand, it says, well, actually, I don't want to be sped up at all. I'm going to break your toe if you try to kick me. Yes? And those two effects, the fact that nature repeats itself, that it uses the same number twice, is exactly cancelling. So if you now look at the moon again, and you would up the moon's mass by a factor of 10 or so, as I was doing in my picture before, it's certainly true that it wants to go down towards the Earth a lot more, but at the same time, this other meaning of mass tells you that it really doesn't want to start moving in that direction at all. And it cancels out. This is why those train tracks that I was talking about are what I would like to call universal. They don't care about how big the moon is, or whether I'm in that orbit, or whether a cheese sandwich is in that orbit. Every single object will follow the exact same train tracks. Mind you, just as real train tracks. If you go to the London Underground, and you remove a train cart from it, and put a completely different train cart on it, nobody is going to be surprised that that new train cart is going to take the exact same corners at the exact same place, right? Because, hey, it's not the cart that determines where it goes, it's the train track. The train track is universal. It doesn't care about which cart. That's the same with mass. And we can demonstrate this right now. Because look, I have a very heavy mass here. I believe it's about 10 or 20 kilos. This is about 1. If my story is correct, and Newton is correct, then that means these two, once I let them go and swing, will follow the exact same path. They will follow the exact same invisible train track. So let's see if it goes. Don't worry. And they follow the exact same path. If you squint, you can actually see the train track. Right? It's this curve that they're trying, both of them trying to follow. There you go. So, with this demonstration, you can see that the train track story is actually really, really, really true. Now, Newton never quite realized it to this point, but that's the point that we are going to make. The fact, again, that mass is used twice by nature. Nature likes to repeat itself, tells you that space is filled with invisible train tracks. And it doesn't care what is moving on those train tracks, it will make everything follow the exact same path. So, I made an animation where you can see that happen. You see the moon, the Earth there, and look at those white lines that I drew around them. Those are the invisible train tracks. Of course, I made them visible by my animation, but this is what nature really, really, really does. It makes space curved. The train tracks are baked into space itself. And that's what physicists mean when they say that space is curved. There's a curved space. That's a deep understanding. Newton never made this connection. That's our insight a few hundred years later. Okay? And this might sound very, very odd to you. Because space is just pure emptiness, right? It could also be outer space. And how can outer space have any properties, let alone be curved? How would you be able to tell? Well, let's first ask ourselves, how can you tell that things are curved? Well, one very good way is to look at things from the outside. If you want to know that the Earth is not flat but is curved, the only thing you have to do is take a rocket, blast off, look at it from a distance and see, you know what? That's pretty curved. I know there's still people these days that have different opinion on the matter. Okay, but there you go. You can just blast off, look at it from the outside. But first of all, Earth is a tangible object. You can look at it. It's hard to look at empty space. So how can you tell that empty space is curved? That's one. Secondly, the curvature that we now concluded isn't part of a surface where you can blast off from. It's part of this space around us in all directions. I don't have any direction to go into with my rocket to look at it from the outside. So how could I possibly tell that empty space indeed is curved if I cannot leave space to look at it from the outside? And I asked two of my students if they could make this understandable for us. So they made this video for me. Here's two students. Left is Nelson, right is Kai. And Kai and Nelson are dressed up as Greek philosophers. Greek philosophers, in the ancient days, all of them had big beards apparently, they wore togas, so they dress up as Greek philosophers. And Nelson and Kai are going to demonstrate how can you tell that space is curved if you're not allowed to leave space. And note, the only thing they're going to do is draw a triangle. They start with a triangle drawn on the floor. Just any everyday triangle that you learn about in high school. And they're going to strip the triangle off of the floor and reattach it on this curved space. In this case, a globe. Lo and behold. And as good Greek philosophers, they end up stroking their beards.
What are they afraid of sharing or hoping somebody might overhear?
It's just a complete waste of time.
I'm really sorry you feel that way, Carm.
A well-written soliloquy can add nuance and irony to your story.
Claire?
Soliloquy is a speech to the self. Our next type redirects the spoken word to others. Dramatic monologue is when a character gives a long speech to other characters and or the audience. We see this all the time, on small scales.
I look at you, I don't see an intelligent, confident man. I see a cocky, scared, helpless kid.
And large scales.
All remaining systems will bow to the First Order and will remember this as the last day of the Republic!
When writing a dramatic monologue, think about how the audience will react and what that reaction might suggest about the speech's diegetic effect.
And it's truly with a heavy heart that I'm here to say that day is finally here.
This technique is very situational. Writers should always consider the language and tone their characters use when speaking to different people.
I don't make mistakes. I'm not just like the rest of you. I'm stronger. I'm smarter. I'm better.
A camp counselor's raving speech about summer game competitions may not have the same gravitas as a king's notice of his country's declaration of war.
This message.
Spoken with the same depth of feeling for each one of you, as if I were able to cross your threshold and speak to you.
Myself.
He'll never change. Ever since he was 9, always the same. Couldn't keep his hands out of the cash drawer.
When a character fails to tailor their speech to their audience, they risk rhetorical failure. Like when a flustered Chuck McGill breaks down on the stand and fails to convince the Bar Association of his mental well-being.
And you have to stop him. Nothing further.
Of course, you can always break the fourth wall and have your character monologue directly to the audience, creating an intimate connection between character and viewer.
Moments like this require someone who will act. Do the unpleasant thing, the necessary thing.
The dramatic monologue is the most common form of monologue.
I've seen things you people wouldn't believe.
Mastering it can transform any wordsmith into a speech-writing maestro.
We're going to survive. Today, we celebrate our Independence Day.
Monologues are usually spoken, but our final type adds some melody. A musical monologue is a monologue that incorporates song and sometimes dance to give rhythm to a character's speech.
When will my reflection show?
This technique adds a melodic outlet for characters to express their emotions and ideas.
I will never pass for a perfect bride or a perfect daughter.
A musical monologue can take the form of a soliloquy in which a character confronts themselves through singing.
If there's another way to go, I missed it 20 long years ago. My life was a war that could never be won. They gave me a number and they murdered Valjean when they chained me and left me for dead.
Or a dramatic form in which they target their musicality at other characters or the audience. In La La Land, Mia monologues her audition both to the casting director and the audience. It's a rare moment where we're unsure whether or not the character is breaking the fourth wall.
She captured a feeling, a sky with no ceiling, the sunset inside a frame.
Justin Hurwitz describes the scene in saying, "It starts with Mia talking to the film's director and the casting director. The song proper starts when she says, 'Barefoot she smiled.' When I first composed that, those were notes that had pitches. But as we started thinking about actually making the scene, we were rehearsing it with Emma, and Damien was thinking about how the scene was going to be shaped. It became clear that those needed to kind of be pitchless. She needed to slip into song, so there's a gradation from spoken to song."
Barefoot. She smiled, leapt without looking, and tumbled into the sand.
You can incorporate both speech and song into your monologue, or just one or the other. Both work in their own sweet-sounding way.
I'm singing in the rain, just singing in the rain. What a glory.
Just remember that giving a speech while music is playing doesn't count.
In '87, Huey released this, 4, their most accomplished album. I think their undisputed masterpiece is Hip to Be Square. A song so catchy, most people probably don't listen to the lyrics, but they should, because it's not just about the pleasures of conformity and the importance of trends, it's also a personal statement about the band itself. Hey, Paul!
As you're writing your monologue, Consider genre, tone, and audience. For structure's sake, don't forget our 4 types: internal, soliloquy, dramatic, and musical. Each type offers its own unique benefits for communicating the thoughts and feelings.
A monologue is a speech delivered by a single character, often used in theatre, film, literature, or other forms of storytelling. It allows a character to express their thoughts, emotions, or important information directly to the audience or to other characters, sometimes serving to advance the plot or provide insight into the character's internal state. Monologues can serve various purposes. 1. Character development **, by providing insight into a character's personal thoughts and feelings. Monologues can help the audience understand their motivations and personality. 2. Plot advancement **, sometimes. A character may use a monologue to recount events or reveal crucial information that propels the story forward. 3. Thematic exploration **. A monologue can highlight central themes of the work, offering philosophical or moral reflections related to the story. 4. Emotional impact **. They often create a deep emotional connection between the character and the audience by delving into personal experiences or struggles. In theatre, monologues can be part of a larger play or a standalone piece. In films and television, they are less common due to the visual nature of these mediums but can still be powerful storytelling tools. In literature, they might appear as soliloquies, characters speaking their thoughts aloud when they are alone, or as part of a narrative voice within the text. 5.2